microwaved the fish and he's displeased.
Ah,
Yeah.
it was right before you muted that he said that.
Like, no, I can feel it.
What type of fish you thinking?
I don't know. I usually only ever like really go with salmon. But
Also, High Cliff. How was your day
I,
yesterday? It'd be nice to talk to you if you weren't muted. Yep.
bop to the bop to the. Yeah. Alright. Fucking do this shit. Hey.
I mean, you're not supposed to not hear us there, Grog.
Right. At that moment, you were supposed to hear us, so I unmuted it all to make it all do the thing that it was supposed to do, but you weren't supposed to hear us at first. Yeah. What's
No,
up,
you
everybody?
don't.
It's a facsimile. Hi. Happy Friday. We're on to episode 9. Good times be had. I don't think I have any housekeeping stuff today. I don't. Who wants to recap?
I
Am I
can
gonna
do
have to-
recap.
You can do the full recap?
Yeah, because
Sure.
I rewatched.
Do it. Do it.
Do it. Okay.
Do it.
So. Sorry, I was just reading the words quaffing fish. And I got distracted.
Understandably so. That is a word.
Yeah. Any hoozle doozles. We join this session as we all sit over the table and have some we have a good time
Having a good time.
as we are all finally back at the guild house with our beloved Quillwise.
What the fuck was that?
Taco
My
Bell?
Did my mic make a sound?
Oh, was that you? Holy shit.
We heard like a whoa.
Right, the gong just sounded. I feel like I gotta make you guys just randomly fight a monster now.
I thought Baja Blast Goblin was gonna burst through the fucking wall. It sounded like a demented version of the Taco Bell bell.
My mic arm broke, so I went to my backup one that has springs on it for the
Oh, that
tension.
explains the sound. Okay.
Yep.
Whoa.
So we are enjoying a meal with Quillwise and the mother of my character Nell, who has finally made it to Trudid, and then so did we. As we're all catching each other up to speed on what's going on and what has happened given the battle in Durian with the cultists, and any thoughts on the Hag Countess or dream happenings. After all that chit-chat over dinner, we all go our separate ways to have daily happenings in the city. Nell goes to the blacksmith, Broderick, and commissions him to make a sigil of the Eclipsean Order out of this melted discus of gold from when there was a rather lovely death at the very beginning of the campaign of all of our comrades of the Eclipsean Order. And that was the resulting golden puddle of one of our comrades holding on to a bunch of gold from all of us taking bets. Yeah, so we're taking that gold and melting it down into a wall hanging of the Eclipsean Order sigil. And Nell has the idea to have a pin made for each of us and for Quillwise of the Eclipsean Order, so we can wear a brooch on us at all points in time without having to be full Eclipseaned up with all of our regalia. Thring is walking around town, seeing if any locals need help. Cute, wonderful old gnome lady asks if he is just so tall, this wonderful dwarf she's called upon to assist them in pulling a lockbox up from a top shelf. And yeah, that top shelf is about 7 feet tall, and Thrain is not. So, gotta do a little climb up there, grab the lockbox, and it wasn't the lockbox that the key they had went to. But they still gave him some pie and thanked him along the way. Desmond discussed with Thrain possibly creating a gem insert for his weapon that is his holy symbol, so he can always have it out and on him and use it as a spellcasting focus in that way. Well, Roderick just kind of makes sure nobody's wandering off alone. After all these wonderful things, we finally get to go to sleep in our own bed for the first time in a while. Most of us are out like a light, but not Roderick. Roderick is again at it with wonderful and special dreams. As Roderick is, he's laying there, tossing and turning, trying to get comfortable, trying to fall asleep. A familiar voice from down the hall says, "Don't just lay there, come here." And after he follows this voice, gun drawn, trying to figure out where it's coming from, it turns out it's his reflection in the mirror, which isn't really being a reflection at this point, but it's more of a window into possibly a different realm, different dimension, parallel universe, something like that. But after some conversation and baby convincing that it is in fact time, they are both Roderick Goldencraft, they come up with this bright idea to try to pull each other through the mirror. And then he wakes up. Weird. So he gets up and goes down the hall to where he knows that mirror is, and he's trying to get it to do the thing again. And it's not doing the thing. And then there's glowing yellow eyes behind him, and he goes, nope, goes to go back to bed, and here's the glowing yellow eyes are still there, and it goes, wake up, and then he's awakened, and he goes to try to run off to tell Desmond what the hell is going on and figure out what's happening. And Thran gets woken up and looking at the brand new lovely new etched in spell of combination of, what is it, primordial and infernal across his side. A new spell for the book, so to say.
Wasn't abyssal?
Yeah, abyssal. It's abyssal because I know that Thrain can
correct.
understand it. And so after looking over it, they skipper off to go grab Quillwise and see what Quillwise can make of this. Meanwhile, Nell is just sleepily there, like, if you're gonna go get Quillwise, I'll go make his tea. He starts brewing tea for everyone. Desmond's quarters are not attached to the rest of ours, so he's not hearing the commotion as we're all getting up and going to go get Quillwise at first. Eventually, Quillwise, whining and complaining, comes in and asks for a description of everything that's happened. He's given the lowdown. Tells Roderick to take off his shirt so he can see these markings for himself. Goes, interesting. Leads them out to the courtyard. Stands far away from Roderick and reads one of them off. And an explosion of darkness comes out from him. And so it turns out these are all ancient and possibly lost spells from time. We each go through reading them because it only seems to work one per person. Thrain temporarily gains the ability to speak Sylvan and Infernal, but that dissipates. Nell was able to call upon a being of shadow that obeys their will and can be commanded with weapons. But again, it's only temporary. Trying to remember what happened with Desmond. What neat thing did Desmond get to do with the spells on Roderick's chest?
His tip glowed.
Yes, his dick glowed. No, the tip of his weapon glowed. So something enchanted there, but again, gradually faded away. And when Roderick himself was able to read it, he was able to select what seemed like one of 3 spells. And he picked one where it looked like he was talking to somebody who wasn't quite all with it. And then he felt as if he would be compelled, like whoever he asked a question to would be compelled to tell the truth. So he probably turns to our lovely, mysterious friend Desmond and goes, "What is your true race?" after pulling him to the side. Desmond tells him, "We don't get to know this. This is a private interaction between Desmond and Roderick, so that was exchange of our messages." So, still a mystery. And then there still lies in the 6th spell. But we don't really have a 6th person here, and Nella's not willing to have their mother dragged into this. After some discussion, Roderick's like, "Yeah, well, what do these have to do with my reflection thing?" And we are all then shown by Roderick, who grabs a mirror and drags it out to the courtyard where we're all standing and goes, "Look, see, it's different. It's not the same as me." And the reflection is following him completely accurately. And we're like, yeah. And Quillwise suggests maybe it's something that only works when he's calm. So Roderick does everything in his power to get himself calm and one with the weave. And eventually the reflection is no longer in sync with him. And Quillwise gets Roderick's attention, like, "Look, you were right. It's doing it." And Roderick is like, "Oh, good, you're here." The Quillwise in the mirror goes, "Perhaps next time," and then walks away and is no longer in the reflection, even though our Quillwise is still standing there. A brief discussion between the Rodericks takes place, and the other Roderick does remember the dream that had just happened, a little bit ago. And they try the whole mirror trick again. And he's able to be pulled through. An exact copy of Roderick, but slightly grayed out. Desmond tells us that this is the exact weave signature of aura that Roderick was giving off, and that it's now possessed what we realize is a physical form, as I believe Desmond goes and puts his palm against the chest to see if he could touch him. And yes, you could. Then there's a bit more conversation from there. Part I forgot to say. When he's officially pulled through out of the mirror falls backwards and shatters. Discussions about whether or not the reflection has a reflection of its own comes up. Desmond is checking in one of his gems, and yes, it does have a reflection, but not at the same time as Roderick, and Roderick doesn't have a reflection at the same time as it. When we're told this, Thoraine's like, let's go check in a big mirror, and we head to the Great Hall, where we can see only one reflection of Roderick. It's fun, though, because they're only out of sync when they're both separately concentrating on doing something different, or in a conversation. But when they walk, they're completely in step and their arms swing at the same pace, stuff like that. So it's very clear that this is an echo of his own being. And I believe there only being one reflection was the cliffhanger?
There was really no cliffhanger.
Okay, yeah. Right, because Adam's computer was dying, and we were like, yeah, we gotta go!
Yeah.
Megan's asleep. Adam's computer's dying. It's fine.
Yep.
It was kind of just a a soft end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So thank you for that. You get inspiration. Don't forget to use it before the end of the session.
When would I do that? It's almost like I have inspiration from the last time I did this that I hadn't used, and it's there.
No. I cleared everybody's before.
Okay.
So for chat, all of the interactions are working. There should be new channel point ones if I remember to turn them on.
One new channel point one. That wasn't there last week.
Yeah, so so all of them that should be there are useless magic items, so you can gift the group a useless magic item. When you do so, it will be added to a floating imaginary inventory, and the next time the group has some applicable moment where they are able to gain loot, they will get it. You can also give everybody a golden D20. Golden D20s are essentially a currency that any of the players can use, and it allow them to re-roll any D20 as long as it's not a nat 1. And it's just a currency they can spend. So however many they have, they can spend that. And then once they're gone, they're gone. And then you can also obviously still redeem Streamloose decks to get all the bigger interactions. So, yeah. So with that being said, that's where we'll pick it up. So, still standing in the Great Hall in front of the mirror. Roderick, with you looking in the mirror and like not being able to see your reflection there now, and like him being, off to your side, and then you're still seeing everybody else's reflection in this large mirror. Like, what's going through Roderick's mind right now?
He's just thinking, this is weird, but I feel strangely comfortable with this weird reflection thing that's happening, and I don't know why. Let's just hope that the smarter people can figure this out.
Yeah, and I mean, is there any sort of like feeling that he gets, like looking in the mirror and not seeing a reflection?
He is very much creeped out about it. It's like, okay. But I guess at least I know where it went, and just kind of like looks out of the corner of his eye at his reflection walking next to him.
Yeah. And after a few minutes of you being able to survey your reflection and everything, Quillwise is finally like, I think we've all had enough excitement for now. I have a hypothesis that we will only be able to use these spells after we are fully rested, which is why we were not able to use them multiple times in a row. So, tomorrow, later on today, whenever we wake up, let us try out what this last one does, and then we'll have someone try another to see if my hypothesis is correct. But we have a busy day tomorrow. I have things in store for all of you, and I think we've had enough fun.
Yes, fine.
Roderick, do you need me to prepare another bunk for your
Self?
you?
Uh, fuck. He's right here. I guess you could just ask him.
He's like, do you sleep? Your reflection is looking at him like, yes, I sleep.
Well, there you go.
It's like, I'll just in case, I'll make sure we have one prepared. And he kind of just walks away. You see him like looking over his shoulder still, peeking back at him. And he goes and gets some things together, and then he ends up going back to his quarters.
Roderick,
Yep.
get some rest, get your head together, meet me in my quarters when you wake up. Then Desmond walks away.
Okay.
Well, finally back to bed, but I'm not sure I can now that there's 2 Rodericks. There's a lot to think about.
Yeah, I this is not going to be fun to think about, but it'll definitely makes things interesting.
Oh, it's more of just the fascinating aspects of it. She's saying it. They're saying as they begin to walk back towards the bunks. Like, if they have this ability, is this some ability of the Abyss Kist? Are we going to be able to double ourselves so that we can all have more of a manpower? Or perhaps this ability is going to be unique to Roderick.
So his double, whatever you want to call it, double. What was the word? When the tech magic. What was it? Was his connection to the weave? Was that what it was? That was split.
His second aura, I believe.
Yeah, the second aura that he was giving off this whole time. That's split.
I think it was the second aura that he was had. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting.
With a stretch, Nell pulls themselves up into their bunk and is like, well, good night. See you in the morning for training.
Yes.
All right. And is anybody doing anything specific right now, or is it just actually off to bed?
Roderick's probably gonna be up for a while talking to his reflection like 2 girls having a sleepover.
So tell me everything that's ever happened to you. What's different between us?
Basically.
If there's anything that you want to actually role play out, we can. I know that we kind of had a discussion after last time and kind of ironed out some things. So we can consider all of that as canon. Your call.
Yeah, we'll just call that canon since everyone else is trying to sleep. They're just gonna have this conversation quietly and then, eventually make their way to sleep as well.
Okay. All right. Then in the morning, you're all woken up by the sound of Quillwise like shuffling about and moving things. No, I guess everybody but Desmond. But shuffling around and moving things in the common quarter area. And you're just hearing him like, pinched my finger. Damn the gods.
As we're waking up, you said.
Yeah. This is what you get to hear when you first wake up.
Well, get up. Do I see him if I sit up?
Oh yeah, you can see him.
You okay over there?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Everything is fine.
Would you like
Any
assistance?
No. I have this. This is I need to get this done here, and then I will call you all when I'm ready for you.
Okay.
Sure.
Nil pops out of bed, starts putting their armor on, is like, so you ready for sparring?
Yeah, let's.
Off they go.
The Roderick's will gradually wake up,
Mhm.
do a double take at each other, and then go ahead and get up and start grooming themselves, looking at each other since there's no reflection. And then start heading for Desmond's room.
Like this is.
Weird.
You hear a knock on the door, Desmond. This is both the Roderick standing there awkwardly.
Are you alone? That.
Yes?
There's no one besides Roderick, right?
No?
Okay. Come in and shut the door behind you.
All right. He comes in and shuts the door.
And you see Desmond in there, none of his gear on. He is in his actual clothing attire.
All right. So, yeah, what's this about?
Before anything, I want you to know what you did was a blatant misuse of power and my trust.
Okay, yep. New to power, so, that's on me.
I'm not upset. I was planning on letting the group know now that we're all tied into this abyss kissed mess. But I don't trust you any less. I'm not mad. I am just disappointed in the events that took place. I feel like there was another way we could have gone about testing the power.
Sure, but everyone else here is a very open book about everything. And if I just ask them, they will just tell us. There is one person in our reduced numbers of the order that is still holding on to big secrets. Can you guess who that might be?
I understand,
That's you.
and that's why I'm not upset with the situation. I just wanted to let you know how I feel about this without spreading it to the rest of the party.
All right. Understandable.
And looking in, Desmond's room's a mess. Like, not like trash and stuff everywhere, but there's books on the walls, pinned to the walls, on the desks, on the floor, on his bed. Just books, scrolls, and parchments everywhere.
You're usually such a neat guy. What's going on here? You going through something? If so, I get it. Boy, do I get it.
This has. I'll explain with the rest of the group, but this is what I look through while everyone's sleeping. Like Nell, I don't need a full night's rest. And unlike Nell, I don't even need to be unconscious. So most of my night is spent studying.
It's an elven thing, right?
It's a little more advanced than that. Let's go fill in everyone else.
All right. The Roderick's turn, and they open a door and goes after you. And no, after you. This goes on for a few seconds, and then they finally go through.
They try to go through at the same time. At least once.
At least once.
Like, oh, no.
Excuse me.
Oh, no.
No.
Desmond just getting frustrated and just like walking past them, like,
So Desmond will head out, start walking towards the guild hall without any of his gear on.
So Quillwise is getting things set up, and he would be like, all right, everybody,
I'm assuming that Nell and Thrain are still like in the courtyard training in the training grounds.
Oh, okay.
That would be my thought. We're still
Yeah,
out
I
there
was like, well, we
sparring.
just got up to spar, so
Quillwise looking around like, okay, so
They're stuck with me. They ought to know.
very well. As we told you before, your identity was yours to reveal.
I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for putting you, of all people, at risk with the information.
It's comes with the job. This is maybe a little different, but let me summon everyone in, seems how I'm ready for them anyways. And you can explain what you need to first, and then we'll get to the festivities. So Thrain and Nell out in the courtyard, you would hear the sound of like that
our
beam.
bat signal.
Yeah, the beam shooting up in the air, and you hear the sound coming out again, like you would hear before a big mission.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're gonna have to cut this short.
Suppose so, but at least we got some practice in.
Better than none.
Weapons get sheathed and start heading over.
I feel like upon stepping into the room, I would just freeze.
Nell does a double take and she's like, "Oh, hello, my name is Nell." She they don't immediately realize that this is Desmond because they've never seen his face, and then halfway between reaching to introduce, "My name is Nell Omber," the eyebrows just go down. Like, wait, Desmond?
Both Rodericks take a chair at the same time and cross their legs, and they both go, "Weird, right?"
So, what are we seeing?
There's a picture in your group chat, but a Average height, man. Really distinct elvish features, but the ears are a lot more elongated than normal. Pale white skin, white hair, fine attire. Has a monocle in place of his left eye, and also on the left side of him, on his face, neck, and on some of his arms, where he has his sleeves rolled up, are tribalish black tattoos.
Nell's hand just kind of goes up to their shadow mark and is just like noticing it's sort of quite similar to their own, even though theirs is a birthmark. Is that natural or something that you had placed?
It's tradition for family.
Okay. I just had a weird moment of what? As rather similar.
Oh,
We are in multiple ways.
Indeed. Pokes the ears. Their ears, I should say, not Desmond's. Indeed.
That would be rude.
I mean, considering how Desmond is about touchy, it's more of like a, you're already doing a big step. I'm not going to be like, give me that face. I want to touch it.
Feel like having everybody roll a Constitution save to see if anybody just randomly sneezes. Desmond's like,
I
"Ah,
should have
fuck
kept
this."
my mask on. So do you like pin back the ears when you have it all on? I'm trying to figure it out because that just seems rather uncomfortable.
Very much so, yes. And
And yet you wore it for 10 months straight.
It is a skin tight suit that I wear underneath the rest. So there's no pinning anything, it just holds in place. But then Desmond gestures for everyone to have a seat. I feel like I owe everyone a lot of explanation.
oh. Hello?
You just like blooped out of.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I got a message that said that the cloud server was having lost connection, and then it booted Adam and chat out.
Okay.
It also
Specifically, Adam.
check for updates is also lit up again, so let's see if I can join.
Well, I updated them at the exact same time, so I'm hoping I don't have to update mine again. That'd be weird.
Yeah.
Hey, and Jay has redeemed a golden D20, so
Nice.
I don't have any good way of showing you all that that's there, so just keep in mind, that's there. And also, I guess this means I gotta put something on the screen for it now, too, huh?
Yeah.
Yup.
One step at a time. All right, and we're back. So yeah, continue, Sin.
So
You can't select terrain. Character selection's blank for me.
It automatically reconnected you, it looks like.
I show myself as separate from Thrain,
Yeah.
and I can't see Thrain. And I'm gone.
Close out of Fantasy Grounds completely and come back?
Yep.
wait, did yours do it again too, Cliff?
Yeah, same time that Adam did it, mine did it.
That's really strange.
A little bit.
Actually,
Well, that's technical difficulties being figured out. May as well hear what Desmond has to say, because we're not rolling.
Roll for initiative.
Fuck!
So yeah, Desmond like goes up to the front where like Quill Wise usually is. Where do I start? I
At the
guess
beginning.
I guess a good place would be I, as I told you before, kept my race and heritage secret because there are people that are after me and my family. And if people knew who I was, then these others would target them and torture them to get information on me. But lately, it seems that we are bound together one way or another. So there's no need for the secrecy anymore. I I am not of Arragus, like I've told you all before, but I am not of this plane either. My my people, my family come from the Shadowfell. I am what you call a Shatterkai. I am actually one of the first new Shatterkai in countless thousands of years. I came here on a mission to help my people escape from the Shadowfell. When our patron, the Raven Queen, was killed, so we lost our protection from that place. She was helping keep our minds and our souls bound to ourselves. And now, with her gone, my once immortal race have been going mad, dying, and we have nothing to prevent it. So I am on here from a mission to gather knowledge, artifacts strong enough to help with relocating an entire civilization.
I'm sorry that you've been shouldering this all on your own. I'm grateful that you trusted us enough to tell us, and also grateful that in the beginning you were trying to protect us from it. I'm glad I get to call you a friend.
So that's another thing. You already, I'm assuming, pieced it together, but I am more on the upper class when it comes to most people around here.
Nell goes right back to, yes, my lord!
My my full title would be Prince Desmond Dusk II. For other nobles, it would be Lord Desmond Dusk, Lord Dusk.
But you are Prince. Okay.
Is there a difference in us versus others? Being to us, you'd be the prince, for others, a lord.
There, the only difference would be respect and common practice among the upper class. you would typically want to address someone as their appropriate title. Where if you mistitle them something lower ranking, it may be a sign of disrespect.
So wait, are you a prince or a lord then? I'm just confused.
Both. I am a lord, as in I have area in my kingdom that is under my control, but also a prince.
I think another distinction too is that, unfortunately, given all the turmoil and whatnot here, the prince title probably is a little bit contentious, whereas lord is something that any noble here could understand.
Yeah. Don't need anybody questioning from which nation you hail and trying to cause any form of drama in that aspect.
Which is why I mainly seal my identity when exploring. But as common courtesy, whenever I enter a major city, I must inform the other nobles in the area that I am in town if they wish to have a meeting with me or something similar. And in return, any noble we that I want to gain an audience with, I only need ask and it shall be done.
All right. I'm glad you're the kind of prince to go on a mission to attempt to help his people. There's many in leadership positions who just sit there and amass wealth and do nothing.
Right. Um, Sir Darkwater, he doesn't strike me as a good leader.
We've had worse, but no, not the best. Feels as if the classes have become somehow further divided again since he became Baron.
I do have a proposition for everyone here. Um, Reflection Roderick. This may not pertain to you. You may need to ask Reflection Desmond. He, I'm certain we're on the same train of thought.
What?
I would very much appreciate it if you all would take up the position of my advisors.
What would that entail?
At the moment, nothing other than if you would get a crest that would let others know that you are tied to me. That is all at the moment. Once we once I figure out the whole issue with my people and relocating them here, it may evolve into you all becoming my dukes and duchesses if that is something that you wish. But
Right.
at the moment, it is my trusted advisors that I can go to, that can come to me for any issues that we may have.
In regards to you coming to me for advice or my coming to you, certainly that's somewhere I've already felt like we were. To be a royal advisor, I don't know if I can accept that. I can't give you an official decision yet. This is a lot if you know what I mean. I mean, you saw the home in which I was raised. I'm not of much, and there's a lot that has been learned today. A lot to think over.
I see no one better than a person that can advise me on to better protect people and care for people that have not seen that kind of kindness than when I go to you for that kind of info.
Thank you. That's it's wonderful to know that you can trust me like that. Again, I'm going to need some time before I can give you an official answer.
If any of you have any questions or concerns, please air them now.
Hey, if we live through this hibiscus stuff, depending on what's ever in the fine print, I guess we're in.
So long.
Shut up, Cliff.
Cliff, you're muted if you didn't know.
I just picture the two of you just like right next to each other, like bumping fists, like.
Just best friends overnight.
We're in.
As long as I'm able to travel home to take care of my family, or what's left of it at least. That's the only stipulation I have.
What's
I don't
happened
have
to
much,
your family?
a lot. Not a discussion for here, but something I will tell you. There are more important matters to discuss. I feel as we were all called here for a reason, but that is my one stipulation.
I mean, is it something that you need help with, man?
No. I just don't want to lose what I have left.
If hmm. So my plan, me and my mentor, my professor, we came up with an idea to get my people here, my kingdom, without it being invasive. My father wants us to prepare this area, this kingdom without rule, for people more suited to come and take over.
Okay, I must say that sounds like an invasion.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's your choice of words or maybe that is what's actually going to happen here. The people generally in a land, okay, if it is pitched like that to other people, I must say You will definitely unite the continent against a common foe. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
This is something that I wasn't fully aware of either.
I understand from where you are coming that individuals who know how to rule, who need new place to go, and we are currently without our ruler, it seems like a no-brainer. But people don't usually take kindly to folks showing up and going, "Hey, I'm in charge now."
If I feel like that specifically looks almost exactly like. Sorry, Thrain would know this, but Adam does not. Which would it be the church trying? Yeah, the church was trying to do is force their way back into power.
It it wouldn't be a force though. It would. We are beings of. We've lived thousands of lifetimes. We have knowledge that we can provide everyone.
But that doesn't mean everyone will agree.
Or see
Your
it that
best
way.
bet would be to perhaps work your way onto the plane with everyone and join the obvious oncoming civil war, although people will probably be more against your kind coming into rule as you just show up out of nowhere. But if it was, first just easing their way in and becoming a part of the average everyday Amethil before anything like that were to happen, it would probably be less of an argument about whether or not your family would be wanted to be in charge.
If each of you agree to be my dukes and duchesses, you would be controlling the different sections of Amethil. So wouldn't that be better? Amethil ruled by people that live here?
Well, yes. But this, again, turns into, I don't know, people thinking, why us? There's just a lot. Either way.
Okay, let's put it a different way here. Okay, to your people, we would be considered outsiders, foreigners, uh, whatever you want to call it, right?
Right.
Now, let's say people of Amethil came to where your people are. Let's say nothing was going on. Your people were good with where they are. They weren't being forced out or had to relocate. And the people of Amethil came in and said, "Hey, we're better than you. We're going to take over and rule this land, and we'll choose a select few of you to be in charge." How well would that go over with your people?
That wouldn't make any sense. One of a single citizen in my town has more knowledge than Amethil combined.
You are again pulling the "we know more than you" card. We are better than you card. I don't think you're understanding how that sounds. You're basically going, but you guys are ants, so what would it matter?
Hmm.
I think that we may need to shelf this discussion and have something a little more formal at front here. I I'm not sure what type of agreement you and your family had with the order here, but there seems to be a distinct conflict in the neutrality that we are obligated to keep.
It's like, let me restate. My father is actively pushing towards this path. Me and my mentor are the ones that are trying to get us here without being intrusive. Not here to Amethil specifically, just here
Just
to this plane.
okay.
That
It
makes more
may
sense.
involve an Amethil becoming larger. I'm not sure on the details. I don't want I don't want this to be we remove a chunk of Amethil and replace it with us. I don't want it to be us adding to the landmass. I want it to be we are here, and with us being here, it changes nothing to Amethil.
I mean, as refugees that eventually become citizens, sure. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. It was the potential of the ruling. And I can certainly say this nation's had its fair share of people coming and going, and hell, the former king like took in a bunch of goblins and got them into having their own town, and they're just as equal as anyone else at this point. And other nations that would be not happening. And as we are now aware that you are Shatter Kai and lived underneath the Raven Queen, I understand your distaste for Vardrock and the Jackal, but know that he did do great things here.
I have no quarrel with Vardrock as a leader or an adventurer or a warrior. I admire him for what he did in such a short time. As a conqueror and going out of his realm to break the order of things is where I start to draw my issue.
That is what I. Okay. Sorry. Don't worry. We're good. I forgot what I was going to say. The words started leaving, and I was like, blip! Gone. Okay, sure. Whatever, man. Well, I'm gonna go make tea.
And before you do, not sure there's going to be a great transition from this conversation to the next, but I'll just do it.
Shit. That the way you say that, you're always so uppity, and then way you say that, I'm just not excited for this.
No, this is good. It's just there's a bit of dichotomy of energy from that conversation to this one, but this is all good things for now. I wanted Nell. Before Ilarion's, well,
Passing.
we had formally planned a ceremony to induct you into the Watchers. And the shield that you were given was supposed to be part of that. And there was a whole thing that he was going to do. And I'm obviously not nearly as good as him with these things. But if you would, this way, please. I've cleared what space I could for us. And he like runs over and he grabs some paper and he's like, ruffling through some things.
Nil follows.
Or Adam here. The Watchers again.
That is a paladin oath.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you get something that popped up on your screen, Megan?
Oh, I sure did. Sorry.
Cool. No,
Multiple
that's
screen
perfect.
thing, you know.
No, it's perfect. Coolwise goes over and he fumbles through and he grabs a paper and he like puts on some little glasses and he's like, as the sole remaining member of the original decree for the Eclipsean Order, I hereby inherit the right to induct you into the member of the Watchers. I apologize, it can't be more formal and more of an occasion. If
It's wonderful.
you four could join, two on this side, please, around Nell.
The Roderick's will go on opposite sides.
The four of you bear witness to this ceremony that I officially officiate. Now, if you would please, would you raise your hand and, in a sanctity to your God, would you please state the oath of the Watchers?
I will. With Doriel as my witness, I, Nelosiris Velora, Ombretash of Dorian, hereby swear to uphold the oath of the Watchers until mind and body prevent me. I shall remain vigilant against the cunning, submersive threats that seek to undermine our world. I pledge my loyalty, steadfast and true, refusing any gifts or favors from fiends or their allies. My allegiance lies with the Order, my comrades, and my duty. To protect the realms through disciplined practice and unwavering resolve, I shall be the stalwart shield against the endless terrors that lurk beyond the stars, wielding a blade as sharp as my resolve. No, wielding a blade as sharp as my mind and keen as my resolve.
And he pulls out this long golden ceremonial sword. He's like, and Nell of Durian. And he taps you on both shoulders and he says, and arise, liege Nell of the Watchers.
There's both happiness and sadness in their eyes as they stand.
And with that, he presents you with the sword. It's just a regular ceremonial sword. But he presents it to you, and he says, I know this is something that you've been working towards, and I apologize that this couldn't be a bigger occasion than it is, but you have everyone here to support you and to bear witness. And I hope that you can continue on where Larian left off.
I will do everything in my power to protect this realm from those who wish to taint it. There's a moment in which their eyes flicker towards Desmond and back.
Anyone.
You're like, bro, you literally came up to somebody whose entire thing is don't let anything from outside this realm taint or control us.
I love that you're a watcher.
Yeah. Hence now, like, I don't know if I can accept this title. We could definitely be friends still. But, this whole government thing,
Damn illegals.
Listen, not xenophobic, I'm planophobic.
Gotcha.
It was fine when he was from just the other goddamn continent, but now
Parts
he's from a
unknown.
different plane and fuck you. No.
Thank you
Where'd that
all
note go? I
for
want it back.
thank you all for attending this brief ceremony here. It means a ton to me, and I know it would to Ilarian as well. I need to figure out where I moved some of the things that I had right here. But I have put together some more information from all of the things that you were telling me about what happened in Durian, and just reading through these manifestos from the Archlich, things are starting to fall into place, and I think I'm starting to understand things a little bit more.
Something I'd like to point out is that there's a chance Trude may be infiltrated by the Hag Countess as the being that Roderick described smiling behind him and putting that mark on his side, telling him to wake up, resembles pretty well identically to the being that I saw commanding those, putting commands on others and being able to control them.
But yeah, I find it quite improbable. This building is warded. For something to be in this building, that would be quite the feat.
It doesn't necessarily need to be in the building so much as perhaps inside of Roderick?
Oh, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
And how else would he have got those on his body?
Old gods, old magic, old text. I don't think we can say that your current modern day Ward Mojo can keep that out.
I have all the confidence that it can.
Good for you.
Yeah, he goes over and he starts scribbling some things on a piece of paper. He's like, "Well, I will add this to the equation."
Sorry, Cliff, what's the name of the being that we communicate with again?
Zendraxius. There's that 17 intellect kicking in. In my note sheet right here.
It's just like I knew it began with an X, and I was like, maybe that's all I got, folks.
It might be him.
X gonna give it to
Yeah.
you.
More of Zendraxius versus the Hag Countess. How do we know the difference in them? You said that you've seen the face of Zendraxius themselves, right, Roderick?
Yeah, very, very closely.
And is that the same being that you saw in the dream with the yellow eyes?
No, not no.
Yes. So
The first time we actually got a name for Zendraxius and we got information is when she placed a hand on Roderick's chest and we got those initial markings.
So we know at the very least those initial 5 is from their hand. But perhaps that 6th finger might be the High Countess. Something to ask Zendraxius next time we have a dream?
Oh yeah, next time, she and I are hanging out, like, hey, by the way,
Is this one your handiwork? And how would it
uh,
work if you were marked by both of them? How does any of this work? I don't want to be a part of this. I know
And
I don't have a choice. None of us do.
why exactly Roderick? Like Desmond like puts a hand on the table and just leans in.
hey, I would gladly tag out for anyone else who wants to be the favorite child of whatever the fuck. Uh,
Hmm.
I don't know.
I, I, I do not have the answers to these questions, though. I am starting to put things together, and my thoughts on this, and these are just my thoughts. Consider them an educated guess. I feel that the Roderick, you may not agree with my terminology here, but the gift that Roderick was given is of the same origin as the previous one, two, three, four, five. So I would assume that you got this from Zendroxius as well. And you seeing the yellow eyed thing behind you is maybe some sort of echo from what happened back in Durian? Because Nell, weren't you saying that they were saying commands and the citizens were just doing?
No, they were saying commands, and the cultists who were enslaving the minds of the citizens were listening to what they were commanding, and then, like, from there, doing as they wanted. But then also,
But
there was
focusing that in on the cultists that were making the people do their bidding. When you were telling me about that, you said that they spoke, and that what even happened to you
yes,
is that
y-
you felt something come over you, and then you did it.
yes,
And the translation of that newest marking on Roderick has something to do with a command. So I'm curious if it's you being able to fight fire with fire. If that's some way to either cancel it out or maybe make someone else do the bidding. But it's just a hypothesis. I don't know.
all we can do is theory craft until we have any form of ability to search for answers. It's all just coming up with, hey, here are some questions to ask next time we have the chance.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're dealing with things not in any of the books that I've read.
Mm-hmm.
Quillwise, I just need a way for me to know when I'm actually awake. Like the glowing eyes, like I don't know if that was a dream or a vision. I don't know if I'm awake right now or if this is another vision and everything that we just did is going to reset any moment now. Like I am having a hard time trying to comprehend what is reality anymore. Is there anything that you can give me so that I can know when things are real and when it isn't?
I I don't have anything now, but Desmond, if I could borrow your abilities, you and I may be able to come up with something that could help Roderick.
Desmond like pulls his book that was hanging behind him and starts flipping to it as you were talking to Kowais. You have an item in mind?
There's a few things that I could think of, but I think it'll require a little bit more tinkering than just a casual conversation here. Roderick, you have my commitment that I will put time into this, and hopefully, if nothing else, we'll be able to ease your mind. Right now, I do not have it, though.
As long as it's a priority, yeah.
I will make it top priority. Let me gather my notes. If you all want, I know that you began searching through the requests that we've had. We may be able to start getting some more jobs in while we try to figure out everything, and we still have to convey an image of strength to the people. And quite frankly, we still need gold to keep everything afloat. So maybe a little bit of getting things back to normal is what will help ease your mind a little bit more. And the other suggestion I have is maybe try to think of when you're in the dreams if anything seems off. I know trying to remember dreams is not exactly easy, but see if you could pick up on any details, latent thoughts of these dreams that stands out to you as being false, not of this world.
Off, not of this world.
I
And
know,
then both Roderick's gesture to each other.
I know, but this could be a clue as well. You have no reflection now because your reflection is standing right here. But if you're in a dream and you can see your self, see if you have a reflection in that dream. See if some of these things. I don't know. I'm merely
Start
speculating here.
We should probably all start keeping journals in which, when we have these wake ups, first thing we do is write down exactly what we just saw. Everything.
The dream journal couldn't hurt.
To sidetrack from that, but about addressing the list of pile of jobs, I should say, that we have. This might sound callous, but what do we tell the commoners when we show up 4 or 5 strong versus our normal 13 for all our normal jobs?
I don't think that we necessarily need to tell them anything. If push comes to shove and someone needs answers, then we can figure it out. We can let them know that this is the battalion that's being dispatched through Amethil. At some point, the truth is going to have to come out.
We have been asked by a few already when we show up. Don't the Eclipsean Order usually come full force every time? I believe that happened both in Dorian and in Sea Bluff.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate reputation to have in the given times. But I'll try to put together some sort of official word that we can get out. I don't want it to turn into a scenario where it creates more panic. So I'll need time to think on this.
I definitely would like to tell Zahn as soon as possible, considering how difficult it already was to lie to him, considering he and Alarian's friendship.
Yes. Yes. That's fair.
I don't want to row across that lake again.
We won't be.
Good.
We left our boat on the wrong side.
We got to stop at Sandskill anyways.
Desmond like digs into his pack and pulls out some of his vials and shit, and starts mixing a few of the vials together. And when he pours the last one in, it fades away, and he like puts it all back. That alarm should be gone now if anyone touched that.
Damn.
I don't think we are going to be getting that boat back anytime soon. So there is no need for that.
I would love to hear it just going past us one day.
Somebody's just actually using it like, yeah, shut up.
At the tone, the time is. Alright, well, I guess I gotta delete that off of the things that might happen in the future list. It's really on there, too.
I was making it a point to never use more than 2, because if I would use a third one, it would get rid of the alarm.
One to spell no, never mind.
Confusions.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll come up with a official statement that we can let those who need know, and if you wish to carry the message to Paladin Zahn yourself, you may do that, or I can send it out to all of our major allies in the different factions, just so they all know.
I would like to deliver it to Zahn so that I may apologize for being deceitful in previous, as we hadn't figured out how we were moving forward yet.
Understandable. I don't know when I'll have time to do this. I need to look into Rajik's request,
Of course.
but I will get something here within the next day or so, hopefully before you all leave out, so you have it prepared.
And we shall look through the notices we have here and select what seems to be the most urgent, I guess.
Very well.
Spent on every notice, or is it just we pick and choose on which ones actually?
So Quillwise starts shuffling through his papers and getting things and reorganizing his area back into the way it was prior to the ceremony. And you all start, you can go through the letterbox. And whilst going through them, you notice 5 that stand out. And you can choose to address these however you choose, or not at all.
No. What's the oldest one?
It's hard to tell. There's kind of like just a pile on the ground that you were picking them up from, almost like someone was putting them through like a letter chute and they were just falling. And as Quillwise said to his own admission, he wasn't touching them.
I went at random.
Sure, grab one at random. Feel free to read it out
Oh,
loud
I see.
to everybody.
Number 1.
I didn't see him pop up.
Number 1 seems a good way to break in our new watcher.
Yeah. Oh, were you reading it?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Okay,
so go ahead
yeah.
and read number 1 out loud.
I pen this urgent missive in dire need of your esteemed assistance. A monstrous creature whose very existence seems born of nightmare has been plaguing our humble village. It prowls the field in her cloak of night, preying upon our livestock with merciless ferocity. We have lost many of our precious animals to its insatiable appetite and fear for the safety of our families and livelihoods. With great humility, we beseech your noble order to lend us your strength and expertise in ridding us of this foul menace. Our humble village awaits your swift and valiant intervention.
That does seem rather important. We should definitely be reading all of them before deciding to head off towards the one.
All right, who wants to read number 2 then?
Sure.
The only one that did pop up when I thought I clicked it.
Okay, if it's the only one that popped up for you, then
No, only one that didn't.
Oh, didn't. Okay, sorry, I got it. Dear Clipsy in Order, I am writing to request your esteemed presence and expertise in investigating an unusual phenomena plaguing our town. For the past fortnight, we've been hearing strange humming sounds emanating from the depths of the nearby mine. These eerie vibrations have sown fear and unrest among our folk, and we fear they may be something sinister lurking beneath the earth. Your order's renowned knowledge and dedication to uncovering mysteries make you our best hope in understanding and resolving the unsettling occurrence. Deep regards, Doll Ironbeard.
All right, John, you get to read 2 of them because there's 2 Roderick's that get to read them.
Is that how that works?
Just some bullshit.
I'll read 3. Honored members of the Eclipsing Order, I humbly beseech your assistance in a matter of utmost importance. Recently, a relic of considerable power has surfaced in our lands, concealed within an ancient temple deep within the forest. While its true nature remains shrouded in mystery, its influence over the natural elements has become increasingly apparent. The delicate balance of weather patterns has been disrupted, causing unseasonal storms and unnatural phenomena. I implore your expertise in retrieving this artifact swiftly and safely, for the harmony of our realm depends on it.
Desmond takes that one from
Yeah.
you, and you're done reading it, then reads it
Yeah.
over again.
That seems
Relic, you say?
rather
Interesting.
urgent as well.
Is it the relic or is it who it's signed by?
Both. Depending on what the relic is, I might be able to use it. And
You're not usually one at loss of words. What do you mean, huh?
has recently surfaced. Things like that don't just show up.
Yeah. We have depths to the hells that recently just show up, so who knows?
Yeah.
Could
I
fall off
mean,
the demon.
this is why I'm doing my research in Amethil.
Hmm. So that one's definitely one to consider.
Desmond puts number 3 in front of him. This is my vote. And looks over to the other ones.
Guardians of Light, I write to you in dire need of aid. My path northward beyond the collapsing rise has been waylaid by a band of ruthless brigands intent on my demise. Their pursuit grows ever more relentless, and I fear for my life should I venture forth alone. Your strength and valor are renowned throughout the realm, and I humbly request your assistance in safeguarding my passage through these treacherous lands. In gratitude and hope, Gallios Night Song.
That's a cool name.
It really
I
is.
like that name.
I'll take that one from you. And
And
If we head past what is it? If we head north past the collapsing rise, we can take that one on the way over to Numpton.
We're heading to Numpton?
Well, that's what I mean. If we choose to go to Numpton to inform Morgan the Mad.
Quillwise said he was sending out letters to the others so we didn't have to worry about traversing all these lands.
Oh, are we not doing that anymore?
Yeah, we didn't have to do that anymore. You are muted, friend.
that makes, I don't know why, but that makes sense because I've talked a couple times and then Cliff just continues on. I'm like, did it not pick it up? My mic is doing something weird today and it's pissing me off. It's just one of those, I'm talking just like this. And apparently you guys don't hear it. So, as I was saying, I would like to go home to see my family. But I'm okay with stopping a couple other places on the way if these happen to lead us in that direction.
If we head north, we can stop by Cibola first. We can talk to Paladin Zahn. We can do the fourth request along the way.
Depending on where they are. Oh, yeah, beyond the collapsing rise. Yeah, that works to get that one. And then. What was the last one?
I'll read the last one, I guess, to be fair.
Quillwise.
As Reflection Roderick.
It says, Sir Ilarian Dawnshroud, I beseech thee for thy guidance and aid in a matter of utmost importance. My heart yearns to join thy noble order, yet my parents, in their fervent protectiveness, refuse to loosen their grasp upon me. As their sole prodigy, born after countless trials and tribulations, they see me as their sole hope and fear to let me forge my own path. I implore thee to help me sway their hearts, that I may pursue the path of service and honor that beckons me. With unwavering devotion, Lyra Sunshadow.
So eventually we'll get to Lyra. That one's not extremely important.
We'll get there. Maybe.
Yeah. Anyways.
Man, that definitely sounds like something a younger me would have written. Oh, Lord.
And if you all open up your maps, the map to Amethil, you can see pins of where each of these came from.
I'm gonna find it. Amethil 2024. Boop.
I see. Okay. Thinking beyond the collapsing rise, I'm thinking up north of it. Okay.
Well, they're asking to be escorted north of it, but they got
Okay.
to start somewhere.
So we
Okay.
actually could go hit case 4, make our way up to case 5, go through the collapsing rise, finish case 4, then head over the Numpton.
Or
I don't think
Yeah.
we should see Lyra until we're heading back so we can escort her with us if
Yeah.
we
Okay.
are able to convince. But the two that seemed
most urgent was 3, which is
Skipping and jumping
east,
away.
and 1, which is 2, which was southeast of Durian. So I know 1 and 3 are the important ones. Sorry, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, I think that they all think they're important.
So
I definitely say we go to 3 first.
yeah, 3 is not too far off.
With 3, although that is the one I want to do, it is next to Carrion Crawl.
It is, and that's what means that it probably got dropped by something of not this plane.
To be fair, it's a 2 days journey from there, so I mean, it's not. Remember, each square is like a day if you're following the
Mhm.
path.
Yeah.
So,
And we were also told not to head north of Barrel's Hope, so there's a chance that going after this might lead us north into things a bit more devious. But we shall see.
This is the first major lead I have on an artifact that may help my cause.
What's up, everybody?
Although
My name is.
it only says a relic of considerable power.
Regardless, relics
We can't
being
look forward
good
to
or
that.
bad, we can't. Yeah, exactly.
So pick up the relic, and from there, do we want to turn around and try to make our way over to Dunes Brawl, or should we just head over to Arvos, where there is a monstrous creature?
If
Kind of my vote to continue there and then work our way up.
if we get to Barrel's Hope and the relic is in the woods to the east rather than north, after we grab the relic, we can continue east and hit Arvos.
Okay. I'm not as nervous about the humming in the mine that doesn't seem to have left the mine.
But on the way back, if we're passing that way,
Yes, if we happen to be passing that way, that's one thing. Although, if we get back to Durian from there, we can just be sent to Sandscale using the teleporter, hopefully, and that'll be much closer to Dune's Crawl than any form of a walk, so perhaps it's even worth, from whatever we do there, going to Dorian to transfer to Sandscale to move up to aiding the path northward.
only reason why we didn't go through last time was because we needed them to trust us, wasn't it?
Right.
Very true, but once we arrive there,
But didn't all the message has been sent out to the leaders now by now, I'm assuming. Okay. So they don't really need to trust us in that way, so I don't see an issue with using the teleporter.
We just simply need to communicate with them about why we are doing it, and it's, for no political gain other than we're trying to head north and doing so more quickly, and
Less walking, more better.
We are heading to Sandscale to investigate. Make sure there is no occult activity. Then we will be on our way.
Perfect. As we saw what happened in Durian, we need to ensure their safety.
Exactly.
Okay.
we'll have to
Then
draft up something more
Formal.
formal, figure out what we're going to say before we show up, and we're just like, but we'll get there.
after we do these few jobs, I say we use some of the money to, after we head north from the collapsing rise, use the money, get some supplies, go all the way to Thrain's home.
Yes. Agreed.
Yes.
And that way, now you can take some actual ale.
I'm sure you'll put me on my ass.
All right, I think we have a plan.
All right.
All right. So
Still
what is that
early
plan?
enough?
East, then west, then Sandscale, then north.
First we are heading to Case 3 at Barrel's Hope. And then hopefully making our way to Arvos, depending on which direction and how close we are getting to over there after getting the relic. Then hitting Case 2 about the sound, perhaps, on our way to Dorian, where we're going to poof ourselves over to Sandscale with the teleporter. Chalk our way out of that being a conflict, hopefully. And then making our way up to Dunes Brawl.
And then maybe on the way back down, hit Turjo.
What? Oh yeah, on the way back down after we've gone all the way motherfucking up.
If we remember Case 5 by that time, then we'll talk to
I mean,
Mom
the
and
pin
Dad.
will still be there. We
Pin
have
will
it.
still
We
be
have
there.
it marked on the map, so we can't completely forget it, right?
And also keep in mind that
More
Filling
things
out-
will come in while we're out.
filling out your ranks and getting more people is not necessarily like a small thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if not, I'm estimating it's about a month travel to Dumpton.
I mean,
Give or
so
take.
if before we go past the collapsing rise, if we talk to this person at Churchill, would a escort be necessary?
Not entirely, but if their
Do-
parents demand it, we could just say, okay, well, when we come back down, and if we're that close to the edge of the collapsing rise, you could just not go over it later and go around it, right?
The way, at least I think, how I came down,
How I think I did.
that little snippet was, stepping out and then back in. The character is I stayed on the north side of the rise, all the way to Dunewich, then I made my way over.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is if we're already in Churchill, go around the edge there and up past through Orchard Shore. So that makes sense. Yeah, hit Dunewich and around. So, does Dunewich even connect to the continent, or is that an island? It's hard to tell.
Dunewich is an island.
Okay, just because that building's there, it's hard to see it.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, Dunewich is
It's an island, so
actually
yeah.
feel free anybody who's from Amethil to roll a history check.
I mean, Nellery said it questioningly, so clearly they don't know.
Sure.
Dunewich, I know that place. I walked past there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, if you walked along like the coast there, you would see that like it was it's an island that's not it's not far off shore. Like it's swimmable to get to it, and it's built up like a fortress. Roderick, you want to roll history or no?
Nah, too far north. He doesn't know about
Okay.
southern Amethil.
Sure. I mean, it's like 5-day journey from Giant's Rebuke and Furren, but sure.
Too far.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Is that
So
where you're from? Megan has forgotten.
yeah, Roderick's from
Furren.
Furren.
Okay.
Hmm?
Okay. So, uh, so as you all are, debating this, I assume you probably are like at like the long table and have like these things scrawled out in a map, and you're plotting and
Mm-hmm.
planning all of this. Um, as you're deciding on what you're gonna do, Quillwise comes over and he has like a couple pieces of paper that he like lays down and spreads out, and he's like, "There was something that you were telling me, Nell, that has stuck with me, and I was doing a little bit of digging into the stories from the Archmage's tales. They're really fascinating. It's written very well, and it's engaging, and you sort of get lost. And anyways, the message that stuck with me was regarding the crown of fiends. If the stories are to be believed, the crown of fiends was broken into 13 pieces, and they were scattered across the lands. The vision that you seen, Roderick, where you said that there was like a bone in some sort of a box. I think that you've somehow scried the location of one of these, which though I'm not 100% certain given the magic that we're up against here, but I'm willing to bet that it's somewhere not far from here. Where exactly, I don't know. But I'm thinking that whatever these attacks are, they are after these. So if I had to put money on it, it would be somewhere in Durian. Did you all happen to account for any of the guests that were invited to the opening of the church?
Anyone and everyone was. They had people coming from different continents, Quillwise.
And they are the ones that I'm most curious about.
I have a list of the people that signed off on the grand opening,
Oh,
but
those weren't
not
here.
invitations.
So the flyer that you brought back had names on it as well.
Yes.
While you were there, I know that whatever happened to Yosef? What about the others? Cool
There
Eyes
were
sees the confusion on Nell's face. Cool Eyes gets up, walks over, and grabs one of the flyers, and then comes back and brings it to the table. And there you go. Drop that in a chat. Here,
That's what I had pulled up at the moment.
at the bottom, these people, from what I could find, are all notable ranking religious figures. If they weren't accounted for, there could be clues here.
No clue.
Well, if you all are headed in that direction, you could stop and ask. Or if you'd prefer, I can just send something out.
I mean, it would probably be fastest on your time to send something out.
You say that, but you've never been in correspondence with the Baron.
Why would I? I'm just lowly dirt to him.
I don't think he thinks of me any higher of regard.
Hmm. Well, perhaps now that we have a form of blackmail over him, he'll respond more quickly.
That's fair. I prefer to say we have a certain
Amount of
negotiable agreement. Blackmail is such a dirty word. It's
Well, he's a dirty man.
yes,
also-
but we don't want to sink ourselves to that level. We don't blackmail, we just make sureties.
We also have a lord with us. As I gesture at Desmond.
Doesn't like adjust his monocle. Azurion, I can gain an audience with.
How quickly? Do you know where he is? Like,
He is a noble stationed in Durian.
also, I have a question. If you were able to come to this plane, how are you struggling to get all of your people to this plane?
It's not a struggle to get my people here. The struggle is to get my kingdom here so my people have a place to reside.
Oh, okay. You're trying to transport all of that. Got it. I don't mean that in any negative regard. I mean it in like lands and castles and buildings and whatever.
Basically, I am trying to lift the entirety of Amethil from the ground, push it into a portal, and place it into a new world.
No.
Okay.
I'm
no longer on board.
not like on my kingdom's perspective. I'm not doing this to actually Amethil. It's just to a representation. Similar scales.
I think you need to clarify a little bit
Okay.
more.
The relics I'm looking for, the artifacts, I am going to place multiple around my kingdom of Shar that will lift the kingdom out of the ground. We will move it into a portal, bring it to Aragus, and find a place for it.
I've never been, but I from what I've read, Shar is not the size of Amethil. Maybe the size of Durian or Dracarius, but not the size of Amethil.
Well, the kingdom of Shar alone, yeah, that's the size of one of the major cities. But my kingdom spreads further out past that, the same way Durian spreads its kingdom outside of its walls. But I think the longer it takes to do this, the less and less of the actual land I'm going to be able to bring over.
I've heard stories of gods being able to move entire cities, but if you're trying to move something the size of Amethil, I'm not even familiar with magic powerful enough to do that.
Now, if the keeping the kingdom, the Shar proper, is the major goal, getting as much land to fit my people in alongside it.
I mean, the Towering Wilds is the least populated area.
I am trying to not reside within Amethil. Placing my land on top of Amethil land would be seen as intrusive.
So you want to be like an island beside us?
That was the thought, but a landmass adding itself into the water near Amethil may reside in a flood. So I am also looking into levitation magic.
I'll start coming to your quarters after I finish trancing so I can do anything to help you study up to make this not terrible.
Like Desmond looks at Roderick. It's hard to keep the room clean with as much research that I'm trying to
I don't care about cleanliness.
do.
Everywhere on Aragus is being the lands are claimed by someone, whether rightfully, who's justified, whatever. There are continents that I have read about that are still at war for who knows how long. I I mean, if you can find a place in the ocean, great, but then you're going to have even pirates that are going to come up and say, these are our waters. You're going to run into a problem no matter where you go.
Right, that's why I will not be on Aragus proper. I will be floating above it.
Well, good luck with that.
And at
Yeah.
that point, anyone that has a problem with us floating in the middle of an ocean is actively looking for a fight. That is not me taking anyone's property. That is them beeping at me.
We all just went, ha! Boop.
Oh my god. That is the only peaceful way I see this being done. Peaceful being a stretch.
I hope we can find a way that this ends up in a non-confrontational way. But knowing the people of Aragus, it doesn't matter what you do. There will be a fight.
Yes.
Who knows? If I get lucky with my research, maybe the levitation spell doesn't have to be only in one spot. Anyone that wants to fight, we just move away.
Fuck you guys. This motherfucker's out here trying to make Dracula's castle.
Great.
Just the Jetson noise.
Yeah, that's something I forgot to describe in my description of Desmond. His eyes just have like dozens of bags underneath them.
So you say that you don't need to sleep, but you look like you need to sleep, sweetie.
I feel that.
Same. I mean, shit, you can even see him on the fucking webcam, bro. I just look like this. Tired. I am tired.
That's why my research was with these things, and he pulls out the little black gem. You can imbue these with magic. He starts duplicating it and putting it back, and it does what I want. Get one of these big enough in an area like Amethil that houses the supernatural and otherworldly. Put magic into a gem from here. I think I can move a kingdom.
We'll cross that plane when we get to it. For now, let's have a hearty meal, gather our materials for a very long journey, and meet back here before midday so we can begin our ride to Barrel's Hope.
Is it still like, what is it, mid morning now?
Yeah, it's probably like early afternoon, late morning.
No. Have we? I think we have something to finish out in the training yard. Get our minds off things for a minute.
Agreed.
We've just taken a lot of information, and I can't think of anything better to do right now.
Ah, yes, that's my escapism is returning to work as well. With that being said, I have a letter to pen.
Thank you.
I
Chris.
am going to cover up because I am gravely uncomfortable as it stands up.
Oh, my skin
So-
feels air. Disgusting.
I don't know if this plane has anything that can contaminate me, and Desmond walks out.
The Rodricks. You guys gonna be good?
Yeah, we're fine.
Sure.
We're just gonna hang out.
Okay.
And Nell and Thrain head to the training grounds to beat the shit out of each other.
Yep.
Want to see Roderick and Reflection play Never Have I Ever with each other.
So with all that being said, we could probably consider this some downtime if you want. Is there anything mechanically that you all want to do?
Will you ask about my family during our sparring,
Uh,
or is that something you're gonna leave alone for now?
leave alone for like today because we've already gone through a lot of emotions and stuff, and I feel like right now it'll just be like bouncing thoughts off each other of the whole thing Desmond's gone through. Like, and after we explained that he's still acting like they're all better than us, he comes in and is like, well, you guys don't have the knowledge. Like, does he not realize how much of a dick he's out? As they're just like hammering away at Thrain.
You see a few minutes later, the Rodricks come out and they're hearing Nell and they're like,
You hear Threaten go right back at them.
They're both just frustrated with the whole thing, and they're like, you want to swing sticks at each other? Yeah.
yeah, the Rodricks are going to bow to each other, and then real Roderick pulls out his pistols, the other Roderick pulls out his swords, and then they start going at it. But with real Roderick, every time he clicks his gun, there's no shot, you just hear a click, and then they're just kind of going back and forth.
Aw, they're sparring too.
I knew you'd do that.
Ha, can't fool me.
Hey, John, roll me 5 d20s.
5 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a trap.
It is. Perfect.
In there.
Yeah. Give me another d20 for that 20. All right, just because it's fuck John time, I guess. So when doing the sparring,
I guess I'm
going on camera. Let's go. While doing the sparring, even though you're not actually loading anything, at one moment your reflection goes to attack, and you sort of parry. And as you do, you put your leg behind its leg and you kind of slam it down on the ground. And as it hits the ground, it shatters like glass.
Ah! Ah! No, uh, he's like, looks up at Thrain and Nell, looks back down.
I'll rush over.
Kill him!
Sure. I don't have many.
Come on!
Like shards of glass on the ground, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Mendy.
Roger's trying to like piece together like a puzzle. Like, ah!
Desmond.
Go see if he's back in a mirror.
Hey, Quillwise, I need a mirror.
Nell grabs Roderick by the shoulders and starts like consoling him while leading him back to the Great Hall where we know the mirror is.
You walk in and Quill's like, "Is there a lady shouting outside? What is going on?"
He just turns and sees Roderick just open mouth crying like a toddler with snot dripping down his face.
What happened to him?
The other him shattered.
Shattered? What? What?
Quill eyes.
To the mirror.
And as Nell guides you in front of the mirror, you see in the mirror your reflection, and you see Nell's fingers wrapped around your shoulder.
Buddy, I'm sorry.
Right.
I didn't mean to.
Remember, you have to calm down, and then you can do the whole pull him out thing again, right?
I don't know how this works.
Well, that's what happened last time. So we're going to take some deep breaths and try to connect with the weave and your inner aura and see if we can get him back.
I'm not calm right now.
So we're going to work on it. Ready?
I killed my new friend. I got writing all over my chest and fucking.
Nell
It's
puts
like-
their hands on his cheeks and is like, "Shut up. I know. I've tried to help." Right. Not the best bedside. Roderick, darling. Right now, panicking is not going to bring you into any form of a resolution. The only way we know to test this is to find inner calm. So let's begin working on that, shall we?
To bury his shards and say some words. Like, I barely knew him. I mean, I knew him, and he was like, like more than anybody. But like,
Roderick, we're not entirely sure he's truly gone. That's why we need to remain calm.
that's
And
kind of you to say, but.
I think Nori just ran headlong into the door. I've heard her meowing outside for like a while, and now I just heard a thud.
She ain't meowing now.
Right.
Just like,
Reap! Like, oh, it was quiet now.
I'm gonna go see if she's right outside the door.
For funsies, John, give me a Constitution save. We'll call it
Failed.
DC 15.
There. That's exactly.
I need another D20.
You guys broke my character.
Oh.
I hope you're all happy.
So Nell finds that at this moment Roderick is inconsolable.
Yeah, very clearly.
That second nat one was looking at you too.
Right.
Uh-huh. I would have been totally fine with it too.
So Nell's just gonna go along with the motions of whatever Roderick says for burying the shards and whatnot, or gathering them, and
Yeah, he's going out back digging a hole, sobbing the whole time.
As you get back to like the area of incident, there
The death occurred, Cliff.
there are no glass shards to be found.
Think I
Ray,
ever
what
left?
did you
What happened?
do? Ray, where'd you
perhaps
put
when
him?
you saw the reflection, he returned to the mirror.
Ray put him back. We have to bury him.
I didn't touch him. Hey,
Where'd it go? Not like he just got up and walked away.
did he get up and walk away?
Did he, Cliff?
I never left, so
You never left the shards? You didn't go inside?
no.
So for my own curiosity, what were you doing the whole time?
Staring at them, trying to figure out what to do. Like,
Did I just witness a murder?
Did you
Should
like
I get a-
try healing or anything, or did you just
I
stand there like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
I'll throw a cure wounds at it.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll
What do
grab.
I-
I'll
what do I do here?
biggest piece. I'll put my hand on.
Mending?
Like-
Should I get duct tape?
Give me a perception roll DC 15.
Okay.
So you put your finger on like the largest shard of the glass you can, and you try to heal it. And you don't feel a life force to be able to heal even. And while you're doing this, you notice the shards sort of like begin to dissolve. And like within a matter of like 3, maybe 5 seconds, they're just gone.
Disappeared. Roderick, I don't know what happened. I tried to heal them, but there was nothing to heal.
It's all right. You tried.
Cool eyes would come out like, hey, we have a cemetery if you're gonna do that. Can't just bury him in the front yard.
He's not a dog.
You don't bury dogs in the front yard. What's the matter with you?
You were never that poor, huh?
I was not.
Desmond comes out of his room. What's going on? Is everyone ready?
Roderick killed Roderick.
Quill Eyes and Nell say the exact same thing at the exact same time.
Other Roderick just dissolved into nothingness. The glass shards of other Roderick dissolved into nothingness.
What?
Yeah.
I'm a prep food. Desmond walks in. He's like, humans are weird. He goes,
I think we can all agree with him in that sentiment.
Yeah.
Except I'm not human. Get it right.
No. Roderick is human. We all just went like,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
A human fighter? What?
Gross.
Do they all do this?
Yeah. So yeah, so Roderick's outside digging a grave.
For no reason at this point.
For the dearly departed.
At this point,
Over
Nell's
the
just giving up
nothingness.
and allowing them to dig just to dig, because maybe that'll help them calm down, expending some energy. And they're going to go wash up after the sparring session, because I'm assuming they were sweating. And start packing for long journeys around the continent. I was going to say north, but first is east, then south, then north, 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 north.
We're hitting all the directions. We going east down and west up.
North right.
Right?
You guys are kind of going north right.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, so um Desmond, Thrain, what are you two doing?
In what little I need, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Desmond's gonna prepare some food before we leave and be yelling at Quillwise from the kitchen about the magic item that or device or something that we can give Roderick.
Oh yeah, just Cool Eyes just like yelling back at you like, I think we need to reverse engineer a sleep spell of sorts. Sleeping spells don't work on sleeping people, so if we could figure out a way to, I'm just gonna come in there. As I was saying, sleeping spells don't work on sleeping people. So if we can utilize that force to make something that Roderick can use, but the thing that we have to overcome is if he is awake and uses it, we don't want it to put him to sleep. Although right now he could probably use it.
My people have these magics that are similar to runes from this plane. You forge a needle imbued with magic, place it on the person's skin, and the needle becomes ink and forms a tattoo on the body. And through that tattoo, the person can cast a spell.
I hear you. But given the body trauma that Roderick has faced, we may want to choose an alternate path. I was thinking if there was a device that we could imbue it into that he could just use. What if we were able to put it into like a top and he spins the top, and if the top falls, he knows he's no longer asleep. But if it keeps spinning, then he'll know that he's in the dream world.
That charm that I made him, that necklace, I was planning on moving it from moving it from being an actual amulet to being on the backside of his glove. That way he can better utilize it with his pistols. On the other side, instead of a top, we can have a compass, a dial, or something that would just continuously spin.
Okay, I like that. It's a good
That way, it's
compromise.
always on him.
So we just need to figure out the specifics of if he's dreaming, it continuously spins. If he's not dreaming, then it points to the location, or if you plan on using it as a compass. But given Roderick's he's not the smartest man. So if he comes to an area of magnetism where the compass begins to just spin, I fear that he may spiral. Pun intended.
I had an item in mind, but it only works on this plane. Which the dream may be him being taken to another plane that would cause it to spin, but if we ever visit Shar, then he may go unhinged.
Well, I think in that scenario, we could probably ease him into the conversation of like, you may not know if it's a dream or if you're awake while you're here, but given forgive my bluntness here, but your people's reputation with outsiders visiting, we may want to delay that.
I have too much to do here, or any thought of going back home anytime soon.
Then I think that's the best solution. Let's do that. What do you need from me?
Just the material components. I already have an idea.
Okay. I will gather those, and I will assist in any way that you need me to. And for shits and giggles, this is his assist roll.
Nice.
Those were some nice jiggles.
Yeah. So, feel free to do a roll with the tool of your choice, and you could do it with advantage and +2, I guess.
While Roderick's out, digging his hole still, Desmond's gonna come up, be like, I need the amulet for a second.
Here.
He takes it, he goes back inside. Okay, since he's doing the spinning compass on one hand, he's gonna imbue the amulet to the other matching glove too.
Okay.
Those are both so shit, but that's 10.
We did get that golden D20.
You did get the golden D20.
Was that do just another reroll?
Yeah, you just get to reroll one of them.
Okay, what is it? A +2?
Yep. I mean, you could just.
Holy shit!
Well, fuck.
With a 10, I'll say you can start work on it, but you're not going to finish it in this session. It's going to take a couple days for you to like get the tinkering down right as far as making. You're essentially needing to reverse engineer a spell to figure out how to make that work, and it's not as simple as just saying reverse engineer a spell and make it work. So you successfully can move the gem to the other glove, but as far as the one that's going to let him be able to detect if he's in dream or not, you do not finish that one now.
All right.
Thrain, anything else you're doing? And then now you're just consoling Roderick and then going to shower.
Yeah, they're just getting ready at this point
Okay.
for their long journey ahead.
Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, so you guys finish out the night. Roderick, you finish your hole. What's what's the next steps here?
He starts filling it again.
Wait for you to say Roderick lays in it for a little while. It should have been me, not you.
Exactly.
So let's say only takes you about an hour to dig this hole. And then you fill it right back in afterwards. So now there's just like this mound of unearthed dirt. Are there any words you're gonna say? Anything you're gonna final parting moments?
I'm so sorry. I thought you saw it coming. I mean, if anybody you'd see that move coming, it's okay. I'll get your revenge.
Throw yourself down a set of stairs. That'll teach me.
Yeah.
I'm never using that move again.
Then he'll just, eventually make his way to bed.
Oh God, Roderick's gonna have this list of forbidden techniques.
It's just too deadly.
It's too dangerous. Can't use these. All right, so you all go to sleep eventually, and then wake up early in the morning. Mirror shard necklace. Jay, you don't get to actually pick the useless magic item.
How dare you, Jay? Too soon.
These useless magic items fucking crack me up, though. I love them. They're so good. All right. So, in the morning, Desmond, did you plan on like cooking for everybody before heading out?
Yeah.
Did you want to actually try to use some of your components and make like an actual meal out of it, or?
I only have 2 crafting components.
Oh, okay. So you can't do that then.
No.
And I have plenty to share.
Well,
I have 39 that I've put into like a store in the storage area.
Nell's gonna spend most of the morning like spending time with their mother and saying goodbye and explaining the plans and all that.
She's like, "Is Roderick okay?"
Nell shrugs and is like,
Fine.
he will be. He's in mourning.
Well, I hope that he finds peace.
Me too. This is not within earshot of Roderick, by the way.
We're sitting right next to him, looking at him.
Me too. Man
Man
up, bitch.
Your mom's like, you know, that's 7 years bad luck.
Oh,
It's like half your lifespan.
right.
I'm also disappointed in all of you for not making the 7-year bad luck joke to him.
I wasn't even there. I don't know.
I mean, I think we were the first time he pulled through in the Shattered Mirror, just more in awe that there was an echo, and then when he broke the second time, we were kind of more focused on the. He dead? Forever?
That usually works.
So you said you had 39 crafting components? All right. So out of the 41 crafting components, did you want to use 10 to attempt to make a meal?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead and subtract 10 from that. And go ahead and give me a roll with your Omni tool.
You would want to keep your 2, that's fine. I'll just drop 10 off mine.
Okay.
I have plenty.
I swear, my fucking tool is like the lowest fucking bonus that I have.
Hey!
We eating good tonight.
That's right.
This is the best brekkie ever.
Is dinner or breakfast?
Breakfast. 'cause
Breakfast.
We went to
Okay.
sleep, I guess.
It's the next day, yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's as you guys are getting ready to head out.
Can change my spells.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. That means I get to do. What do we get? Walking speed.
You should have kept the other one. Oh, the other one's gone, isn't it?
I can't.
Sin. Give
Yo.
me 8d4 plus 4. No, that seems like too much.
Too bad. 22. I roll a bunch of ones for you.
Give me 4d4 plus 4. That sounds more gooder.
Most gooder.
We'll do that. Because of the meal, I will give everybody 16 temporary hit points, which is a fucking lot for you all.
Yeah, it is.
Doubled mine.
What's that?
I almost doubled mine with the last roll.
Yeah, so any final things you all want to iron out before you head out?
No.
All right, cool. So to get to Barrel's Hope, it's about a 4-day horseback ride. If you want, you all could take a path that's not gonna take you through any of the other areas and more of a direct route through. But it would be off the beaten path. So there is a potential it could take longer. But if you all know how to navigate your way through the lands, it could also be a day shorter.
I think there's safety in just going the known route, personally. Going off trail just means there's more potential to get lost and run into reasons as to why the straight route is not what the route that was made.
Sure. Okay. Then you're going to be making your way up through the small little town that you all went through previously. Where Ilarion had the little bar fight. And then you're going to just continue on through to Barrel's Hope. As you all get towards Barrel's Hope and actually approach it, what you notice about it is a very large Omni Temple with smaller structures built around it. And everybody, I everybody feel free to give me a history roll. It is a place of moderate importance to Amethil lore, so there's a chance that everybody would know about it.
It's too far south for Thrain.
You know what? We'll see. Nah.
Okay. So I mean, now with you growing up here and with you being so close to its proximity, you would know that Barrel's Hope was a omni church that was started by Vardrak's royal chaplain, and it was a sort of resort that they retired to, if you will, where they accepted people of all walks, and they allowed them to have a spot of refuge. Nell, you may know this just because of your obsession with Vardrak. Not obsession, but your admiration thereof.
Not an obsession. It's an obsession.
That the name is off of one of Chaplin's companions that was lost during battle, who Chaplin believed was the hope of the group, the better person of the group, and wanted to continue their hope to help others with a chip off the old block.
And as we're going, Nell's just, info dumping and explaining the whole scenario. Did you know he used to carry around his father's eyes?
Why would anybody do that?
Well, you see, he was an Earth Ganassi, and their eyes are like gems, sort of. And they're just like going into the whole lore of him. Of course I remembered Jay.
And in his pocket, he had his nards.
So as you all arrive, you see the town not really as lively as the stories that you've heard now. Desmond, you would, from doing the research of Amethil, probably know a little bit of what Nell was telling you, and more so from what you care about would be during the battles of the old gods versus new gods. The chaplain were very neutral in the sense of like they appreciated what each god had to offer. So you would know that Barrel's Hope was one of the few places that people who still believe in the old gods could safely worship.
I'm not really gonna say anything, just like kind of hanging on to everything that Nell is saying until they start talking about Beryl himself. Then he kind of loses interest.
And yeah, fuck that guy anyways.
The city itself, why it was founded, what the fuck a chaplain is, that this is a being of all religions and gods and worships every single one of them, and blah, 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 blah. And this is what this town is like. And then Beryl was very interesting and blah.
If these chaplains are still alive, the amount of power that they have into them being an automaton might be useful.
Why
No,
does that sound ominous when you say that?
Nell would also know that that no one has seen the chaplain since Dracarius.
Well, no one has actually seen the chaplain since we lost Dracarius. So it's been 50, 75 years.
And as you all make your way up the streets, and a few people look out their windows and take notice of you all riding in, and you make your way up to the Omni Church, where Lord Thaladrin, who sent you the letter, resides. And he would actually see you all coming. The church is centralized in the town is sort of set up on a hill. So as you're riding in, the church in the center sort of has a 360 view of the whole town. And he steps out and he's like, "It appears that our request has been answered. I appreciate the Eclipsean Order taking the time to make their way out here." Oh, wait, pause. Before all of this, before you all left, Quillwise did give you the letter that he penned. And the GM has it somewhere. All right, there you go. So I had a whole speech prepared for Quillwise giving it to you, but essentially, the gist of it is he wanted it to be vague, and he felt it was duplicative not to mention by name everyone who was lost during those events, but he also wanted it to remain vague enough that people didn't know that literally all of the original members are dead.
All of the important ones.
So he worded it in a way to basically say, you feel free to read it if you want to. I did post it in chat, but I guess for chat's sake, it says, "It is with a somber heart that I convey to you this grievous news of the untimely demise of our revered leader, Sir Eladrian Donshroud, alongside several esteemed members of the Eclipsean Order. Their valiant sacrifice came in the defense of Amethil against formidable forces that encroached upon our realm. Though their valor ensured our safety, it was at the cost of their own lives. The Order, undeterred by this profound loss, stands resolute and fully operational. However, recognizing the prominence of those lost, we deemed it necessary to inform others of these events. As we navigate through these challenging juncture, our commitment to our duties remains steadfast, and we shall maintain unwavering vigilance to safeguard our realm." The Eclipsean Order. And I got kicked out from there again as
Right.
chat. I don't know why the two of us are getting singled out here. Very weird. But hey, I'll take it versus everybody getting kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
Your mic's doing weird things again. Now you're loud and echoey.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Every time you move, your mic's like boom, 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 boom.
I wasn't even touching it.
Yeah, but counter it's not shit.
Whatever that was, don't do that.
Oh. What is he doing?
He's just gonna hold on to it.
Ah, there we go. That'll be better. The elastic mic support.
Just putting your old mic in.
Nice. Anyways,
So yeah.
So we get this note. We know it's happening.
Yep.
Was this sent out, or is this just we have copies of it with us to deliver?
You have copies of it with you to deliver, and Quillwise will send it out to all the major factions except for to Paladins on, so that way you can deliver it yourself. Unless you were to tell
He
him
knows.
differently.
Yeah, he knows to like delay this so we can get the message to Zahn first, right? I want Zahn to be one of the first to know. I don't want him to hear through someone else.
Okay, that's fair. Then I mean, as long as you had this dialogue, then he wouldn't do it. But you do have paper copies with you.
Okay. So we arrive and the dude says, sorry.
Dude says, "Sup, y'all? Glad you finally made it. Happy you answered." No, that's the gist of it. But I mean, he's obviously a little bit more elegant than that. He's like,
We're glad to be here. And we are looking to help with this situation with the relic.
Yes, due to the sensitive nature, if we could conduct these conversations within the walls of the church, that would be much preferred.
As you wish.
Feel free to tie your horses up. It's safe here.
No,
This
we
is-
ride them in the building. Of course.
I would prefer you did not do that.
That was an out of character statement, but okay.
He's like, this is a safe haven to all, and whatever valuables you leave on your horse will still be there when you get back.
Nell nods and then continues to not leave valuables on the horse.
Sure. That's fair.
Like, that's nice. Durian's supposedly a safe haven too, and I lived there, and yeah. That's the thought process.
That's fair. You have every right and personal reasoning to justify that. So you all go inside, and anybody who's been inside of a Omni church, they're all built very similarly. Special note of this one though is it's much larger than your average Omni church, and like the big circular dome, like it's basically the size of like you could fit like a football field inside of this church. And it's wide open area, and the seating inside of this one is kind of interesting that there's like a podium in the center and all the seats sort of spiral around it, so basically everybody's looking inward at the central stage. And you walk past that area, and then there's the private quarters, and there's seating in there enough for everybody. And he says, I'd like to introduce myself, that I am Lord Vatrius Thaldrian. I originally hailed from Dracarius, though I have lived a good majority of my life here. I took over the church and, by proxy, the town when Chaplain left.
Nell just nods in recognition and is just waiting for any more information, assuming that he's not done with this conversation yet.
He was sort of like pausing to see if anybody else had like introductions or anything. But if no one says anything, he's like, yes, right. A relic that originated from here went missing some odd 50 years ago. It was something that Chaplain had built using the same sort of Warforged technology that kept him and the other chaplains alive. And the purpose of the device was to be able to control the weather within the immediate scope. His idea behind this was when you're going to an area in the mountains where the weather is less than hospitable, that you'd be able to carry this device with you and cause it to be nicer climates, or if we're having a long period of drought, that you'd be able to create rain to water enough crops, more so than just having a singular mage conjure up some water for a field, be able to water entire fields at once. Though he never got it working perfectly.
You guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And we also didn't hear.
Yeah, you definitely need to, next time you go to set that mic, really adjust its sensitivity.
It's a pain in the ass to set this thing up.
So don't.
So exactly.
Do like I do. Avoid it. So he sits down in his chair, and he pulls out a piece of paper from the desk. He unlocks a drawer in the desk and pulls out a piece of paper, and he kind of slides it over, and it's like schematics for this device. He says, "Now I don't profess to understand how it works. I just have bore witness myself that it does. Not perfectly. There was a time that we tried turning a stormy day into a sunny one, and it hailed for 4 days straight, but there was promise there. And recently, we have been getting reports coming out from the mountain range to the west of here, or to the east of here, rather. And they're seeing strange patterns of storms that are happening erratically. And normally, in these sorts of areas here, we see all kinds of weird storms brew through, but the storms seem to be very localized. And based on their erratic nature, it has to be the relic.
Do we know the effective range of the relic?
I know it was enough to span from here almost to a half day's journey from Durian. It's a fairly large area.
Because okay.
Do you know where it was last seen?
It was last seen here in the basement until it
Can I
wasn't.
Until it wasn't.
Might I take a look at those schematics?
By all means.
I'll look over your shoulder to try to familiarize myself with it, how it looks.
Might we investigate the basement to see if there's any evidence of someone breaking in and stealing it or whatnot?
It was 50 years ago. You can check,
Oh.
but I don't know if there's any evidence left from that time. Many of things have been moved in and out.
All right, then it's probably not worth it.
But my fear is if that gets in the hands of someone who is capable of getting it to work, they could bring disaster. They could bring lightning storms, floods, hail. They could devastate crops. In the wrong hands, they could burn down the towering wilds.
It's definitely not something we want to fall into the wrong hands.
And it would be a great honor if we could get that restored back here. I have already put further safeguards in place to prevent something like that from happening in the future. We've installed all new locks, some more arcane protection. But I feel there's a certain legacy of Barrel's Hope that is out there floating about in the wrong hands, and I can't help but think that this is not the use that Chaplin had in mind when he created this.
Do we know of, at the very least, a general direction to go look?
The reports that we got from numerous people were strange weather patterns immediately east of here.
All right.
There's some old caverns in the mountain range, and that's where the reports came from. I could try to get more specifics, but it's more so hearsay than anything.
We will do our best to look into this.
Thank you. And of course, you will all be compensated for your time. I understand that your order does not necessarily work for charity.
That is greatly appreciated.
And if you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you.
Are we able to take this as I point to the schematics, or do you need that to stay here?
I'd prefer that it didn't leave here. I don't want...
Do you have any drawings of what it might look, what it looks like that don't necessarily have all this detail?
I mean, if you look on here, it gives you a pretty clear indication. It's not something you'll easily miss. As you're looking on it, I mean, the drawing of it, it looks like a cube with like a dial on the front of it, and then it has like a long, like elongated handle on the top.
I'm trying to use locate object eventually once I think we're close enough.
Sure.
So I'm just trying to get a good feel of what it looks like, so like this spell actually works.
Yeah, I mean, you can grab it and study it for a little bit, so you can kind of commit it to memory.
Desmond is going to copy paste into his book.
I figured he would.
His
Um,
magical
Give-
tinkering.
give me a sleight of hand on that.
He's not trying to be sneaky.
Oh, okay. Then I mean, as you start like copying it over, it's like I would really, truly appreciate if you didn't do that. You're essentially infringing on someone else's creation. I don't see how copying this word for word is beneficial to locating it.
If it's activated when we find it, we need to know how to disarm it. Or we're going to be walking around with an active thunderstorm.
Give me a persuasion roll.
I don't do those.
Can I assist?
How would you assist on this?
Simply by adding in.
I assure you, the Eclipsean Order is only doing everything we can to ensure everyone's safety.
Sure. Go ahead and roll again, Sin. We'll give you an advantage on it, so whichever one's better. Okay, 14. And... He sighs and he's like, if you think that you will find something relevant in these schematics to help with bringing it back, then by all means continue. And you just hear like sort of the hopeful tone in his voice, or the hopeless tone in his voice.
How long does that last? I look at Desmond and ask.
Until I use this ability twice more.
While you're all here, would you like for me to set you up with some beds in the guest house?
Please. This will give us the ability to take a rest before we head out to continue.
Yes, I'll get the quarters made up for you. I'm sure you'll find the amenities adequate. It'll be the same area that we would house royalty from Jacarius when they came to visit.
That's extremely kind of you. Thank you.
Is there anything else that you need of me right now?
As of right now, no. That is, I believe, all that we'll need.
All right, well, I'll show you all to where the guest house is, and within the next hour or so, we should have it all in order for you to be able to do whatever you need in there.
Thank you.
And he leads you out back, and then, or leads you back out rather, and go out through the entrance, and he wraps around the building to the left, and there's like a building that's connected to it, but it doesn't appear to have any way of getting into the church from the air. Just a conjoined building. And yeah, he opens the door and shows you in. He says, "I'll get someone in to freshen it up and bring in some new sheets and pillows for you."
Greatly appreciated.
If you need anything, you know where I'll be.
Nell bows and just closes the door.
Yeah.
All right.
Those don't go to your father, Desmond. From the way you said it, made it sound like he wants to invade, and I... Please.
The notes are to help us find it. I have no intention on recreating this.
Okay.
Well, really, I do have intention on recreating this.
I mean, does he have to make a deception roll, or is he just being honest here?
Just being honest.
I mean, now you're free to roll an insight check to see if you can tell if he's being earnest or not. So, Sin, you could choose to roll in combat to that, or if you are being just genuinely honest, then... Or you could roll deception and then say whatever you're going to say anyways, and then let them interpret whatever they want from that. Insight's not a magic tell-all, it's just a...
Gut feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess when you made that comment, you did notice his tone drop a little bit. Just like, no, I'm not planning on making this. Being honest.
Okay.
Seems a little. That comment surprised him, is what you're getting.
He's not used to the peasants talking to him like this. Well, I never.
Nil sighs and just goes and sits on a bed. I apologize. You'll have to understand my weariness of the whole situation now that I've learned more, given everything I've ever trained for.
Desmond's like walking from corner to corner of the room, like refusing to touch anything. Like, I understand. He's just walking around. When are they supposed to clean?
Why don't you just do it if you're so nervous?
Because if I clean, they're just gonna come and clean afterwards, and I'm gonna have to clean again to do it right.
So, like,
Just clean a spot for you to sit.
you're a prince making your dad the king who has got plans that you think you know but might not know. So, like, when all is said and done, is your dad gonna like maybe have some ulterior motives that you're not aware of?
I don't have the ability to peer into people's minds, so that is a possibility. I only have
So,
his word to go off of, as I do most other people I meet.
so if this does turn out to be an invasion attempt, your hands are clean because you weren't given those exact details before you departed on this mission. Is that right?
My hands are dirty as soon as I got to this plane, and I chose that for myself because if I didn't come here, then that would mean my people would slowly lose their sanity and end up killing each other. So the best I can hope for is my plan goes through and there is no need for any invasion or violence. I can only hope that what I'm doing is good enough.
I'm just saying, I know a thing or two about doing something stupid with good intentions. So, like, if you have a way to, like, cross realm or plane of existence, sending Stone your dad to maybe get some more clarifying answers.
That's beyond my capacity.
Well, all right. That's true.
See, it's dusty in here.
Yeah, on cue, you hear a little rap on the door.
Ah, yes. Should we step out, let them do their thing, not be in their way?
Yes. Desmond scurries to the door.
Desmond, you open the door and you see this this young elf, like maybe like in the teens. Like, I'm here to clean the room.
Yes, thank you. And Desmond pushes past her.
Wow, you push past.
Damn.
As he walks past, there's a glowing shimmer that surrounds him. Cleanse myself of what I just stood in.
This man, I swear to God.
Okay.
Yep. So I mean, as you all step out, I assume at this point, as you sort of gander off to the east, there's a large open plain, and off in the fog of the distance, you can sort of see the peak of the mountains, in the direction of where you were given the clues to go to, and you can see that if you were to go on foot, you would probably have a 2 maybe 3 day journey to get there. Um, you could opt to bring your horses to make it faster, um, but once you start actually making your way through the towering wilds, in any of the areas that are untamed, there's risks, obviously.
Hmm. Do we see any abnormal weather or any weather off in the distance?
Give me a perception roll. Uh, Off in the haze of the distance, it looks like there could be like rain on the summit of this mountain, but like it could also be just like low hanging clouds. It's really hard to tell.
Okay. So, what do we think?
I think as we go, we pay attention to the weather. If anything seems out of the ordinary, whether it's extremely hot, extremely cold, extremely windy, extremely rainy, you get the picture, then we try to find the eye of said storm, so to say, and figure out the center. Because I can only assume it's going to be affecting a range around it.
Once I get close enough, I should be able to get a good idea of where it's at. But I have to be so close to it in order to be able to do it. In order to be able to sense it.
So we'll just continue to try to work towards heading towards a storm center until you're able to get the identify off. Or locate, rather.
Yeah.
Any other ideas?
That sounds about right.
I go where you guys go.
I do think it may be wiser to leave the horses here for now. That way, we have less of a chance of some creature killing them and making it so we permanently no longer have a ride. I'm sure we can ask him to give us stable housing for our horses to keep them safe.
Did anyone bring up the fact that there's only 4 of us?
He did not.
The plan was to retrieve the artifact, then continue heading east to Arvos.
Yes.
I'm assuming that has changed to retrieve and return.
Unfortunately, I think that's what we're gonna
We
have
don't
to
have
do.
to return immediately. We can head to Arvos and then back to Barrel's Hope and down to Durin because we already have to head basically back over here anyways.
Are we gonna walk to Arvos?
It's a chance, but we can take the horses.
If we gather the artifact, come back to Barrels, we can then take the horses south to Durian, then continue east. From there, it's not that far of a journey from Wind Point to Arvos.
It is and it isn't. But yes, it is definitely important that we get to Arvos. That seemed like a rather urgent thing, if it is, in fact, a being in the night that is killing things and not like a group of like, I don't know, hobgoblins or wolves.
Yeah. So. Looking towards where the pit is, do I see any activity? Just looking around, just do I see any abnormal activity? If I'd love to talk to you, Cliff.
What pit?
The 1 or 2 days ride north.
Oh,
Yeah,
you can't
okay.
fucking see that from here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I scaling
Really good
slows me
eyesight.
down.
About to say
Scaling always.
you see that from here? Some shit is going down.
It's getting bigger.
so to put scale into perspective with this, right? You travel 8 hours a day when traveling, right? That's the estimated travel time. On horseback, if you're following a trail, it is 1 day per square. If you're not on a square, or if you're on foot, it's 2 days per square. When you start going through areas like the Towering Wilds, where it's like, if there's not a set path and you're just going through the woods, you're spending probably 2 days per square there. So to put that in perspective, from where Karen's Crawl is, with it being like 2.5 days to the north of where you are, that would be like if you were riding a horse at full speed, it would take you 22 hours to get there.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So with that being said, when you look over towards Karen's Crawl, it's just, you see a wide open plain, and you see, the clouds in the sky. For the most part, it's just wide open with a few trees dotted here or there.
Okay. Yeah. So, anything you guys want to do? Get some food? Sit down, relax?
That sounds nice.
We did just ride nonstop for the past couple days.
Yeah. It'd be nice to have a hot meal, something to drink, and then get to bed.
Find some place to eat.
Yeah. For the most part, there's like one main, like eatery here, which is like a volunteer kitchen. So you're not gonna have like any sort of gourmet meal or anything, but it'll be edible, it'll be warm, and it'll be free.
Okay.
I do like the cost of free.
Yes.
It's a good cost. I don't know if Desmond's gonna be happy with it, but
He might put gloves for his gloves for his gloves.
Yeah,
Hey, as long as it's tasty.
put a dental dam on to eat the soup.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, is there any sort of like meandering or anything that you want to do within Barrel's Hope, or is it going to be pretty much just like get food and get to bed?
I mean, it's always good to look around and see what there is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What time of day would you say it is at the moment while we're here?
Midday.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably midday. We'll call it like 2-3 p.m. ish.
Yeah, so there's plenty to look around and see.
Yeah, I mean, and as you kind of navigate through, I mean, what you realize is that this place, it's not a city. Calling it a town even is sort of a far extent. Like, there's no real amenities here. There is the giant Omni Church in the middle, and you can tell that the homes around it, based on like the varying degrees of construction, they were sort of built up around this place. Like, they have sprouted up around this temple. And furthermore, Nell, just given the lore that you have on this and knowing, I mean, you would know that people sort of migrated here. People that had no place to go came here for shelter, and you know,
This is a place of refugees, and this is where they took refuge and stayed.
Exactly, yeah, and it's turned into a small town as such from that, but like, it's mostly just homes, the Omni Church, and then there's like a soup kitchen that's attached to the church itself, where they have the volunteer meals. All of the food that they get there is grown locally. So surrounding the city, there are like sprawling fields of crops. And other than that, there's not really much like touristy things to do here. Like, if you were coming here as a tourist, you were coming for the church.
So there isn't a tavern or anything like that?
Nope, there's no tavern. There is a soup kitchen.
You got it. So,
Okay.
I guess, yeah, that would pretty much be it, is eat,
Yep.
get
And
comfortable. I don't know. Maybe try to do some foraging around to see if I can find things for my herbalism kit. Try again on a potion.
Yeah, we could do all that. So, the soup kitchen itself, it's like you go inside to get the food, but like there's no room inside even to eat. There's like a courtyard out front where there's stone benches and seats set up that people are eating on. So do with that information what you will. But yeah, you could definitely go foraging. Lot of great opportunity in this area to do so.
Heck yeah.
Just so we're not split up, I'll look at Roderick and Desmond 2x2.
Yeah, that's fine.
Roderick
Sure.
immediately starts crying. Why you gotta go bring up shit?
No, you see him like drawing something, and if you look over his shoulder, it looks like a picture of him, but it says "Other Roderick."
Is it all crude and shit, like,
hmm
or is it actually well drawn?
I'd say it's pretty decently drawn.
Okay. Sure. So what's the 2x2? I'm assuming Thrain and Nell.
No, I'll look at Desmond, Roderick. You guys
Okay.
want to go out foraging, or you guys have something you want to sit down and relax?
I'm going to spend most of my time in the Omni Church.
I'm just gonna. I was going to practice making bullets, but I'll
No, you're
go.
good. Sit down,
go
relax.
wherever.
Then I'll go with no. So you guys can sit down, and relax, and then he says that sincerely.
No, I just picture Roderick making bullets in a church. just completely oblivious to
They're
the social
woven blood.
cues and shit. Just like,
Sitting there next to a nun. Like, oh, God bless and all that. Anyways.
Yeah. Fran will go with no.
Sure. So are you could each roll individual forward rolls, or you could do group effort and assist one another and have one person do one good roll. How you want to do it?
I'll help Nell find what they need.
Sure. Go ahead and roll. So I'm assuming you're using your smithing tools, or actually you could use any skill you want if you're trying to forward. So I mean,
Mm-hmm. I'll use my smithing tools
sure.
because it's better than what I was going to use.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now you can go ahead and roll with advantage on yours. Are you going to be using like your
Give me
herbalism kit for it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go and roll that
That's
with
what
advantage.
makes the most sense, unless I was gonna. I guess I'll use. Actually, I feel like medicine might work most sense because they're looking for stuff to make a health potion. That's what they're trying to do.
Sure. Do you want to take that 3 or you want to take that 18?
I think we know.
Yeah. So, what did I call this stuff?
Crafting materials?
Crafting components.
Yeah,
Components.
that's the one. You can roll on it if you want to, or I can roll on it if you want me to. You choose.
Oh, I already have that saved in my quick bar.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
Makes sense considering I got such a high roll. Some great stuff out here.
All right. So, give me a d20. You're not too fucking shabby. So you have
Hell
found
yeah.
14 uncommon crafting components.
Okay.
And am I adding that to my inventory, or are you?
No,
or where's it
I'm
going?
adding it. I got you.
Okay.
Roderick, you want to go ahead and do a crafting roll?
Sure.
Do you have the components for it? Or are you going to ask for some before I leave?
Yeah, I'm asking for some before I leave.
Okay.
Did you subtract 10 already, Adam?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Let's see. What do I roll?
Oh wait,
again?
you don't have the ability yet, do you?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh,
Oh,
no, yeah, I was like working on it or
So
something.
yeah, you'd have to have you'd have to have probably Desmond train you. So if Desmond's
Okay.
gonna be doing something else, you might not be able to do that right now.
Okay,
Well-
I'll just follow him to the church then.
I can train him. That's fine. I'm not gonna spend like an entire day praying.
I mean, I don't know how deeply connected you are with your religion. Maybe you are.
Right.
I mean, he's the Prince of Shadar-kai, so I'm gonna say pretty.
But yeah, if you wanna do like a training, first of all, go ahead and roll. Sin, go ahead and roll your smithing tools.
Yeah.
All right, and John, what did we do last time for this?
I think it was just a die roll of some sort.
20 plus, and then I think you had a scale of 0, 1, or 2. And then I don't remember.
Didn't you need like 10 successes in total to get there? You're kind of doing it like Screech and reading the book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not quite as hard as Screech's though, because that was like not meant to be done right away.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and roll. I think it's just a flat d20 you're gonna roll. and that'll get you 1 notch. I'm gonna add it on to here.
Okay.
So you got 3 out of your 10. As you guys make bullets in the middle of a church. You see Roderick sitting in the center, back up against the podium. Anyone comes in to pray is like looking at him, hand packing rounds. No, I'm sure you guys didn't do that.
They probably went back to our room for that.
You think Desmond went back to the room and sat down somewhere?
I mean, after they cleaned it, he would have gone in and actually cleaned it and sat down.
Yeah, we're all good there. Is there anything that you wanted to RP out with being in the church?
He's just gonna sit there, put his crest on the ground in front of him, and just say, just pray in his mind.
Yeah, and I will say that give me a religion roll.
I feel like I have this, but then I also feel like I don't. I don't.
I'll say that this is probably one of the first times since you've been on Aragus that, like, you felt some sort of connection when praying outside of just, like, your normal spirituality. But, like, you felt, like, almost some sort of actual tangibility in what you were doing compared to, like, it normally feels a little bit more hollow or less, what would you call that? You don't get as strong of a feeling when you do it normally. You can carry on your rites and your prayers like you normally do because, you know, your faith is still there. But being on Aragus, you just really haven't felt that connection like you did back home. And this is the first time you've had some semblance of actually feeling like there's some connection there.
Making sure it's known not to the god of death, but to the Raven Queen, right?
I mean, I'm sure your prayer was very clear. You ain't got to trick me. I'm not trying to do anything. Like, gotcha. It was the old god, not the new one. But no, yeah, to the Raven Queen.
Yeah, then feeling that he'll probably stay a little bit longer than he was planning on it.
Okay. And after a while, when you finish up there, you can head back, help Roderick, and then somewhere along the line, Nell and Thrain would make it back. Nell probably looking fairly excited that they have found some what they believe to be more rare herbs around this area.
Must be the proximity to the Towering Wilds.
Good possibility, yeah. Yeah, so you all, wind down for the night. The town is really quiet. After sundown, like, you start seeing a lot of the lights going out and it being relatively quiet, with the exception of the church itself has sort of this soft hum to it. And the church stays lit all night, which is sort of a quality that you were aware of already, Nell, just because it is sort of a beacon. That's why it was built up on, like, a hill. It was sort of a beacon in the darkness, both literal and figuratively. But other than that, the town's pretty quiet after nightfall.
There's better be some kick-ass blackout curtains in our bedroom.
Yeah, the room or like the place that we're staying in is like a studio, or do we have like?
It's like it's like there's a common room to it, and then there's bedrooms that offshoot from the common room. It's like a small dormitory almost. And the bedrooms themselves are like just big enough to have like a bed and like a dresser. Like, they're not extravagant by any means. But there's 6 rooms in total there, and then the common room.
Desmond's gonna do his normal routine of staying up 4 hours past when everyone else goes to sleep doing research and shit.
All right. Then in the morning, when you guys wake up, you're free to stop by Soup Kitchen and get some free breakfast if you want to, or you can take your hand at making if you want. But then
I want to try to make a potion.
you gotta wait till your next downtime. You
Okay.
spent this downtime foraging. You gotta wait till the next one to try to craft it. But I will say that, I mean, like, walking to it's gonna be quite uneventful, right? You guys are walking
Yeah,
across
I
the
know.
fucking
I'm
field.
being a goof.
No. What I was alluding to with that is that you feel free to take that. We can just jump cut, like, you guys walk across the plains for a day or so, and then you see, the Towering Wilds. And for anybody who's never been on this side of Amethil before, so, like, basically everybody but Nell, the Towering Wilds is a super imposing thing to see from a distance, because think of, like, modern day, like, the giant redwoods. That's sort of what the trees in the Towering Wilds look like, but they're, like, dark, like a dark brown, almost black bark, and they have a very deep green leaf to them. And it's super imposing that when you're walking up to it, like, you see, like, this wall of just, like, a bark fortress with this dark green canopy that just scales up. And then as you're all getting even closer to it, above this giant canopy of trees, you see this peak of a mountain sticking out of it. But feel free, if you all want to, whatever downtime roll that you would have done on that second night, like the first night in the field when you camped out, if there's anything that you want to do with there, just let me know. We can do that too.
Using the 10 crafting components, common ones, to attempt to make a health potion.
Okay. So go ahead and do your herbalism kit roll.
Mm-hmm. God damn it! I'm using my inspiration.
Hey.
It's close enough to the deity that I feel safe doing so on something like this. You fucking kidding me?
Hey,
It's still
Cheating is
successful.
better.
over 10.
It's still successful. So you make yourself a basic health potion.
Yay!
And I can add that to your inventory as well.
Oh shit, wait. I gotta make a potion too. Hey, it's the same one.
Did Desmond take a sip of that while he was walking through the field and just power walk faster than everybody else?
Just for an hour.
Like, Desmond, what are you
There's
doing,
some
dude?
scouting
Don't be a dick. You're still within earshot. Like, why? Why are you just walking that far ahead?
If anything, Thrain needed it.
Right?
Yeah, it keeps Thrain from falling behind.
Well, it doesn't keep Thrain from falling behind. It keeps you all from needing to walk at Thrain's pace.
Right.
So it's probably a good thing if we were actually tracking speed like that. Thrain, you plan on doing anything during downtime?
I'll look for some materials.
Sure.
Let's use this.
Hey.
Nice.
Okay.
Not too shabby. Go ahead and roll on the common crafting components table thing.
Where'd you go? I just had. Thank you.
So a 5. I don't know why it's not actually rolling it like it's supposed to.
Is that the number right beneath it? The 29?
Oh, hey, it might be. That does look like a 2d20 roll. Yeah, so you can go ahead and add 29 crafting components.
Hey, doubles what I have.
Fucking killing it with these.
Boom. 29 plus 29, 68?
Wow.
No, 58.
There you
58.
go.
Yeah, I definitely like the roll I did afterwards of the
Yeah, I
thing,
just scrolled
'cause
up and looked at what it was. I'm gonna.
I
I
like
wasn't
mine
gonna
better.
say anything. I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm gonna set this up so it works correctly though. So we'll not have to worry about that next time.
Yeah.
Thrain and Desmond and Roderick.
Get back at it.
Yeah. If
All right.
you got the time.
Yep.
All right. Does he have to roll something first or just me?
Yeah, he has to roll because if he fails his roll, you don't even get a chance. Barely, just fucking barely. Yeah, you still get your chance though.
Oh.
No dice. All right, so you all, you can see the silhouette of the towering wilds off in the distance as you make camp. And as you all wake up in the morning, you could feel like the sun beating down on you a little bit because you're camping out in like this field. And you feel like this nice cool breeze. You can smell the flowers from the nearby fields sort of fill your nostrils. And as you're breaking down camp and getting things ready, you look off in the direction that you need to head to, and you can see that the outskirts of the towering wild are just covered in snow. And that's where we'll end it at for the night.
All right.
Megan, I'm so proud of you. You made it. I think I only seen you yawn like twice.
I think I'm gonna go straight to bed after this.
Adam, your internet, your laptop made it.
Yeah, our internet actually made it through. I'm sort of looking. Hey, as soon as it hit 10 o'clock, I'm like, when is it gonna happen?
I somehow lost connection twice on this computer, but not this computer.
Is it not plugged in all the way? What's happened with that internet?
I think it's Fantasy Grounds cloud server itself. I don't think it's me.
And then it affected me all over here.
Yeah. Somehow you in chat view were impacted the exact same, but no one else was, and me as a host wasn't. I don't fucking know. But hey, on that note, let's find who we are going to raid out to. Do we risk it with Mad Bird streams?
3 hours in.
Do we risk it? They raid us all the time.
May as well. Just return the favor.
Let's do it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna get some TikTok clips edited and added, so expect some of those. So hopefully we can get some drummed up short form content too. And then this will be on YouTube on Saturday. And if not, Megan will make sure that I hear about it.
Yes, I will.
So on that note, thanks everybody. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Good night.
You knew what was happening.